First attack. Starting your protocol, I'm Kate. I'm a hobbyist game developer slash VTuber. Sorry for the delay in starting stream. I had to go run and grab myself some water because I realized I was slow. Outside of that, so stream today. My brain is still very spacey and distracted, so I'm still trying to reorient towards actually working on the project, but I've been distracted recently. So I'm trying to get my brain back on the project, but I didn't get to do a whole lot yesterday. I was supposed to be working on framework stuff. You know, I'm supposed to be doing like the boring chores that people don't want to be seeing on stream, off stream, and instead I did stuff that probably could have been interesting on stream, off stream, which is unfortunate, but it's whatever. What was done was I made more progress on this. It's still not finished. I still have to do the pants, annoyingly, but basically most of the upper midsection is done. I do still need to kind of finish some of the lower jacket details. Also, I can save some of the jacket details for later, for when I do a version of this character that's not wearing this plate carrier. But I'm happy with how the plate carrier came out. I will need to go back into like layout mode so that I'm in object mode. I'm happy with how the I get the plate carrier done. I got the helmet done, obviously, and then I got so this is an NPC exclusive weapon. So this is not going to be a weapon that's used by the player, and as such, I was very skimpy on the details, or at least some of the details. There's definitely a lot of details there, but it's just enough details to specifically tell that this is like an AR-15, like a very generic, basic AR-15. And then anything that I knew was going to be hidden, like for example, if I actually go ahead and hide this guy's body. If I had this guy's body, you'll notice that the grip, the pistol grip here, is very basic. There's like no detail on the pistol grip whatsoever. There's also no trigger. And yeah, that's all by design. The whole idea is that this is like a weapon that will only ever be held by NPCs and will not be scrutinized closely. I may allow for some close scrutinization of like actual player equipable weapons, but this is just a weapon that's just going to be part of the NPC's model. As such, it is very bare bones. It is just a few fucking polys. If we go into solid, you'll see we just have a lump of gun. It is a lump of gun is what it is. You know, wireframe. There's so few quads on this. I've also so I made the model and then UV skinned it, textured it and all that, and then started messing around with it in the animation and realized that the stock was a little too long for the character to be able to properly wield it. So I've just cheated. I've obviously like collapsed the stock into the buffer tube, and I've also even like scaled the stock a little bit, which does unfortunately mean that there is you know, some distortion on the UV maps. Oh well. And then I did like some detailing on here, just enough so that you're able to see, you know, the ejection port and dust cover, as well as like the magazine, parts of the magazine release and bolt catch and the safety. And that's all just to be enough to identify this at a distance as like a generic AR-15 type weapon. And that is the weapon that the Grunts for Less guy is going to be carrying. There may also potentially be other enemies that use this AR-15 model, but generally speaking, I think, like, for example, one other model that I do need to make that may actually go on this guy as well, but not necessarily be used, is a NPC sidearm. It'll be a Glock, probably. And it'll be, like, very generic and very low detail. And it will be used by a couple of enemies, for sure. I want to say that there is a shield guy. And then when you break his shield, he'll pull the pistol out type deal. Very similar to a similar type of enemy that I was designing for Jack Schmidt, actually. But hey, that's how it do be. I do actually still need a couple of other guns that enemies are going to be carrying as it stands, because I know, for example, I have Recon Wrecker, who's supposed to be kind of based off of like the Recon Juggernaut from Call of Duty, who is supposed to have a automatic shotgun as well as a riot shield. So those will need to be modeled for that character as well. Stuff like that. I'm pretty happy with how a lot of the soldiers' textures have come out so far. Although I am noticing there is a mild problem with how I have rigged these characters. There is a minor problem that I don't know how to correct without, like, absolutely breaking the model. So, let's go into rest position with this model, right? So, the elbow is here, right? So this means that this is sort of the underside of the arm. This is essentially, like, the part of the arm that's normally facing your palm, essentially, right? Well, if we actually go pose position, you'll notice that that part is still facing down, despite the hand facing up, with the palm facing up, which is a bit of a problem. I wanted to make it so that he actually has, like, a watch on his left arm, which is like a common, like, operator slash military slash mercenary thing. So you have the watch on your left arm so you can, like, see it whilst you have a weapon at ready position. And then I realized that, like, the correct position for the watch would technically be here, but then it wouldn't be visible at all, not even from this guy's viewpoint. So that's kind of a problem. So, and I don't know how I would even fix that issue. Maybe I'd be able to figure out some way to change up the rig so that I can, like, rotate the arm correctly, but I don't know for sure. There's definitely a way. But it would also probably take me completely redoing the model a little bit. So I think what I need to do is I need to remap this IK, this inverse kinematics setup, to where there's, like, a set of non-deforming bones. And then the deforming bones are parented to those bones directly. And then I can rotate those independent of how the IK solver rotates the bones. And that would work out. But for now, it's just gonna have to be like this. Which, yeah, isn't super ideal, but it's fine. As it stands, that is technically how I want the shading to go anyways, because, like, this is also where the underside shading is, so that would make sense. But also, it technically would also be fine for the underside of the arm to be facing inwards, but still be dark, dimly lit. That's like AO kind of thing, the like ambient occlusion kind of thing. It's also hot again today. It's not as hot as it was a few days ago. It's getting like a little bit cooler, but man, the weather has been kicking my ass lately. Also, you will notice there are no sights on the gun, and I am too lazy to add them. I'm just going to say that he is aiming off of the rails. Because sure. Interesting, I can like cancel a camera movement with right click. Never knew that. But yeah, I'm decently happy with how the gloves came out. Happy with how the shoulders have come out so far. And the plate carrier is pretty good. It's got this, little backpack thing that has a zipper. There's like a little pouch for the plates. I didn't actually like save space for some like patches. Though maybe there should be like a patch on the front of the plate carrier pouch, potentially. But I do also need to get some patches on the shoulders for sure. Wait a minute. Oh, the other shoulder is missing the Velcro texture. I gotta fix that. Hold on. Later I'll fix it. I will need to fix that though. Especially once I do actually have the patches and stuff. This checkerboard texture is supposed to be representative of it being like Velcro-y. Essentially supposed to be using like a dithering effect to get that, achieve that. I kind of should do a little bit of the dithering effect on these like old windows and gloves. But yeah, I'm happy with how the rest of that came. I kind of wanted to get the soldier to like a presentable state because I kind of wanted to start doing animations for him so that I could like use those animations to actually visualize what the enemy is doing. And also because ragdolls are funny. Tired of killing these guys and having them just standing around being upright but yet dead. Because the behavior of like flopping back down after it's been defeated is exclusive to the target dummy. Why are we targeting player HUD? Yeah, that's part of the target dummies routine. Sinuses. Okay. Meanwhile, in the last stream we were also working on lots of enemy behavior stuff, which is why we were in the enemies behaviors folder when I opened the project. I do believe we started working on a behavior tree for the zombients. Don't remember where we left off with it. Excuse me. So in our try chase player node, yeah, so chase target aggression, which I believe, yeah, it's a low value, it's 10. But they will just, like, immediately declare an attack aggression when they do try to do the melee attack. Because they are Biostaff, and Biostaff are, like, the faction that likes to steal attack slots from other enemies. Where the grunts are more tactical with their movements. Yeah, you do also want to try and get that wandering navigation in. But for now, I do think the zombie and stuff is generally... Oh, right, so we need an impulse physics lunge. I do actually want to get that done because that is a thing that I wanted to do. I may also want specifically a so we have the melee attack active frames wait ticks, and then we have set aggression 0 as soon as we're done with our active attack. And then we wait for melee attack recovery. I think I wanted to also wait until we are grounded, which I do believe is a condition node. New wait child success node. And the node will be check condition flag. Oh wait, that's right. I need to do new check condition flag. We want it to be enemy condition, movement is grounded. So that will check if we are currently grounded, and if we're not currently grounded, it will wait until we are grounded. Which hopefully is actually being updated properly. That'll be necessary because I'm probably going to have them jump slightly into there when they move. Or when they do their lunge. Did I, or did I not, set up a reference to the movement controller thing? There it is, active movement. Are we sure this is what we're using and not like an enemy movement? Yeah, because there's an enemy ground movement, which is inherited from actor movement. Sorry, I thought. Oh, I did not mean to unpin that. Keep that pinned. So movement is grounded. So it looks like it is actually done in fixed update here. Okay. That works. So. How do we do? So yeah, enemy ground movement, active movement. Let me actually see if active movement has something I'm hoping for. Which actually I don't think it does. I need to set some stuff up for it. We're gonna set up private speeds. Last velocity projected. Let's add another one here. Private list. Actually, it doesn't even need to be a list. We actually want it to be a queue. Yeah. We can use a queue of vector 3s. We're gonna call them impulses. Do a new queue of vector 3s that is empty. We're gonna have a method that's called apply impulses. I'm trying to do that near where apply velocity is. Probably right below apply natural acceleration forces. Excuse me. So you want it to be above. You want it to run above that. I may also want something to override our ground check. Yeah, skip ground check tick is here. We can use that then as well. I don't need any particular things here. I will also need a method that specifically sets that, because I think there isn't currently a method on actor movement that sets the skip ground check tick. I think that's exclusive to player jumps right now. So we'll need to add that in, because whenever we set an impulse on this actor movement, we want to be able to also tell it, hey, this impulse will push you into the air. Okay, so. What we want is... I think all we need is a 4 each. I'm not sure if a 4 each actually works with the queue properly. I think we need to work through the queue properly. We need to do a while, which sucks. I feel like a while loop is not correct for this, but whatever. There's a try DQ. There we go. I wonder if this works exactly the way I think it does. Let me get C# ref. Q. Methods. Try DQ. Removes the object at the beginning of Q, copies to result. True if the object is successfully removed, false if the queue is empty. I think that's exactly what we need. Awesome. Okay, that works. So we do out vector 3 impulse. And all we really need to do is just add that impulse onto velocity for now. We're not going to do anything with, like, whatchamacallit. Something. For now, it is just going to be take velocity plus equals impulse. That should be it. Alright. Now I get to add that to our documentation here. We're going to put it right before apply natural acceleration forces, I think. Actually, no, we'll do it right before apply velocity, I think. And then AC. Apply impulses. Well, that should probably be done even if we don't have... Even if our navigation is enabled. Maybe. Could us actually just do, so if our nav mesh agent is off, then we'll apply impulses, else, actually, there's gotta be a better way of doing this. feel like there should be a... I mean, it's already something that's only gonna come up with, like, only enemies anyways. At least for now. I doubt there's going to be any other NPCs that are going to use an actor movement. Most other situations are going to be either nav mesh agents or animations. So, yeah. I'll leave it that way then. Kind of annoying that this can't actually document whether or not these run from nav mesh agent. Anyways, another thing. So apply impulses should actually be protected, not public. What should be public, it will be virtual void. To add impulse, vector 3 impulse, which for now all it's going to do is impulses NQ impulse. Cool. Now I can make a node for that. Go into behaviors, movement, and create a base node script. And you'll call this actor add impulse. Actually, physics impulse to actor. Have a private vector 3 impulse. Why do you... Because we don't have this immunity engine, of course. We will generate constructor on evaluate. We will actually short circuit if we don't have a actor movement component, or we are currently in navigation mode. If the enemy behavior dot actually what we want is first of all actor movement actor. So establish that. The enemy behavior is null, or enemy behavior, specifically not actor equals enemy behavior dot actor movement. You hold your horses, I'll use that variable in a sec. Or actor dot oops. Nav mesh agent. Actually, what we can do is instead of checking that, we can actually go back. Instead add or enemy behavior dot condition has flag enemy condition navigation mode. There we go. So if the behavior believes we're in navigation mode, then we don't want to do it. And then we check if that. And if any of those return true, then we want to short circuit with a failure state. This is technically more of a guard clause, but you know what I mean. Let me just do actor dot add impulse. Easy peasy. Now I can go back to Zombience. Alright, we can also do uses the enemy's actor movement to perform a physics impulse, such as a jump, dash, or other movement. Fail if the enemy is in navigation mode or does not have an actor movement component. And then we'll also use that summary for the constructor so that that shows up when we're mousing over it here. Alright, so now we do melee attack impulse, which is going to be a vector 3. Make it a new vector 3. We will need to correct this, actually. Hold, please. Private bool. Facing relative. Which we might need some more setups for that, but we might do those in a different node. So we'll need to set that here. If facing relative, what we need to do is imp equals actor dot transform inverse transform direction. Transforms a direction from world space to local space. No, actually, we want transform direction. There we go. Transforms direction from local space to world space. There we go. That's how we do that. Okay. And if I do need one that's independent of the enemy's spacing, I could probably do one that is a separate node behavior. That is like add physics impulse to actor in direction. Okay, so that way I can make the melee attack impulse be 0 on the x-axis. And then we want, like, 5 on the y-axis. And then the forward axis, the z-axis, I want that to be 8. Okay, and then we do that here. New. Add physics impulse to actor. Melee attack impulse. True for facing relative. Should also do some, like, sound effects for it. Too bad I don't have anything on hand. I mean, for the zombies, I could definitely, like, I could record stuff myself, honestly. If I need to, I'll voice the zombies. Fuck it. All I gotta do is just, like, make some weird moaning noises and growling noises, and then I'll just, like, pitch shift and apply all sorts of other effects to it. Make him sound more garbled, make it completely unrecognizable from my voice. I could do that. I mean, that's kind of par for the course on the kind of Foley I've done. Yeah, generally speaking, I want it to be, you know, very much like Half-Life 2 fast zombie kind of noises, not necessarily like the slower zombies. You don't think so? I don't, because like the standard zombies in Half-Life 2 are like way too talkative, and I don't really want enemies talking too much unless they are a boss or elite boss or higher. Obviously, the CEO is going to have quite a few things to say during a fight. This would definitely be a lot easier as an actually serialized system, but oh well. Okay. the checks for the current nav agent is currently at its destination. We can do that then. So need a navigation. Oh, that's check the navigation destination target distance. Oh wait, never mind. No, this is check the position of the destination of the nav mesh agent's current path against the current position of the enemy's current target. That is different. We do have wait navigation arrival, but we don't want to wait for navigation arrival. Instead, we do base mode, check navigation arrival. Which you could do in a similar way to wait navigation arrival, but not in the exact same way, because that's going to be a behavior leaf rather than a node. I should just copy all of this, but then if agent.pathPending we change the node state.running for node state.failure. Come on. Using your agent.ai. I hate having to use that phrase because it's been poisoned by stupid tech bros. And then so if it's pending path or the path status is invalid, return failure. Is there like an agent.path invalid? No. Alright, and then it's simply a failure or success. Awesome. I don't need to do success or failure in the documentation. I think I basically understand that from that one line. Alright. So, if we're in range... was wondering why there's a wait ticks node. And I remembered, oh yeah, this is a non-returnable, so that wait ticks node is kind of just before all of the checks from NavMesh agent. Not wait, seems to be check navigation. There it is. So if we're not in melee attack distance and we are not done with our current navigation, we need to wait for 30 ticks. And it'll continue waiting for those 30 ticks unless one of these conditions suddenly become true, at which point it'll then interrupt out of the chase player state so they can go into attempt melee attack. Or, if we're not in range of the player and we've interrupted that, instead what we end up doing is we will navigate directly to target. Start up a new navigation because we are no longer on that. Otherwise, we need to wait 30 seconds, or sorry, not 30 seconds, 30 ticks, just half a second. And then we'll check if the target, like we'll rerun select target, which is just going to select the nearest target, and then check whether or not that target is within 2 meters of our destination. And if they're not, then we need to start a new navigation. And then do a new wait ticks node, which causes this generic selector node to return running. And then so the next tick, you'll start all over again. Check target distance, check navigation arrival, and then wait to try and refresh our navigation. And then if our combat encounter does not have aggression budget for the zombie to be chasing the player, then the zombie will kind of just wait around a moment, and eventually I will have them like wander around. However, we are just creating some small encounters right now, so it's unlikely for the zombies to run into that situation. Real quick, I'm going to create some extra placeholder materials. Folder. I'm going to call this placeholder. Make material, which we're going to call enemy grunt place folder color. I mean, I could also just, you know, take the current grunt model and get that in there, maybe. But I'm not confident in the rigging and stuff correctly working. Theoretically, possibly. But for now, what we're instead going to do is URP unlit. And we're going to color this as this sort of dark blue color. We're gonna actually straight up prefabize these two enemy tests. Even though they're not nearly ready for them to actually be the designated people for it. We need to kind of work on actual encounter design stuff. In order to do that, we need prefabs for these guys. So we'll start out with mignon. Enemy minion assault grunt. Which again, we are not quite ready to call this the official thing, but we can just replace the entire prefab once we actually do have a concept of how this is going to be set up. We will get rid of the other one and then duplicate this one. At which point, we are going to need to go to room 2 and make sure that we link that guy. I'm noticing any aggro time 0. I wonder if that's why. Let me. Use a float. Is that why enemies have been aggroing instantly when they should not be? There's a public accessor of it, although it's not referenced here, allegedly. Really? Wait a minute. No, that's right. Isn't there a difficulty setting? In-game difficulty? Yeah. Go to definition? Yep, when a player first enters an encounter room, enemies must wait this much time before attacking in the aggro time. So that should probably be... whatchamacallit? There's 0 references, so yeah, we'll just get rid of it for now. Game difficulty.cs here. Let's see if this is actually being used. Find all references. There is, in fact, a check encounter start node. Let's see here. Hold on. Success if we still need to perform start of encounter tasks. Are we sure about that? Yeah, I guess so. generic sequence node. Set navigation state. I want to try something. Hang on. Game difficulty. What if enemy aggro time is 20? Actually, let's set it to something a little bit more reasonable, like 5. It's noticeable, but not completely locking us out of an encounter. In theory. Just do need to make sure. I think these guys will still have the room referenced. No, they don't. I think, something else internally is going to tell them what room they belong to. Let's make sure that they're still working. We pick up sniper rifle, which I still need to turn down the volume on the sniper rifle. Still way too loud. In fact, I will actually just stick with the volley sidearm for now. I still need to get the sound design working on these. Yeah, they're still aggroing instantly, which is not how they're supposed to behave. That's interesting. I set that to 10. Actually, I think that's just straight up not properly working. That do enemy behavior, that enemy stats that can capture the manager. Just a public gets set. Let's look at the assault grunt again. Standard behavior root, combat behavior. Standard behavior interrupts. This is a non-returnable. This is also non-returnable. Checking death state. Generally speaking, I notice that it does respect death state, at the very least. Which makes me think that it's the aggro selector that's failing. The selector nodes, the way that this works is that if any of these are running, it will... This is returnable, too. You have a sequence. Check if there are 0 players. If that's false, it will do the idle behavior route instead. And then... check encounter start. This is a sequence node. Check encounter start will return success during our start of encounter. And then run standard aggro behavior. So if it's running success because it's a sequence node, That means we'll continue into standard aggro behavior. Because this is a generic selector node, that also means that we will stick with this as long as it is... Do you set navigation state false? Validate target. Set auto facing. Wait encounter start. Is this where we're going wrong? Time is less than... Wait. I need to start the tick. Why am I doing this when I have check encounter start using the encounter's start time? Hold on. What? Why am I using started tick? Why am I doing this at all? We have a check encounter start, which... Hang on. Wait. 3 references. Encounter manager sets it to time when we call start encounter, which is not being called. Wait, what do you mean you're not being called? Excuse me? Okay. Well, I see what's going on here then. I see what's going on here then. Okay, let's go to level room status. I see what's going on here. That's not how it's supposed to fucking work. It's interesting how it adds a... It adds a thing to its own event? Interesting. Wait, where is this called anyways? Called on player enters. Yeah, why is Jason equals is adjacent to arg1? Why did I do that? So yeah, here's if encounter manager, then we do this. And then what we can do is encounter manager start encounter. And in that way, that will properly run. You can even use that, and now we can go and add in the taunt system, which has been sitting on the enemy overlay for a while, not actually getting used. It has been like a stub that is half implemented for a while. And that can definitely be part of the aggro behavior. Yeah, so that should now fix that. So I'm actually going to move this comment here. I wonder if I was supposed to be setting it up. Yeah, there's an on-player entered room. Level up room status, on-player entered room. No, wait, that's part of that. Yeah. Where's Encounter Manager? There's Encounter Manager. I feel like that should be a part of Encounter Manager rather than the other thing. But oh well. Oops. But yeah, so now we should see enemies actually have a period in which they are not attacking right away. Yeah, so they were in the aggro selector for a lot longer. Oh, I need to reload. Cool, cool. Yeah, so that's now working properly. Good to see it. Good to see it. By the way, I want to finally address something. I'm gonna come up here, serialized field, private, audio source, rifle audio source. And then also an audio resource. Rifle primary fire sound. Looks like we need union.audio. That's fine. And I believe we have a thing for that. So I'll do 2D effects here. And then we do new. New behavior tree.play one-shot audio. We could also do a play disposable audio, I just realized. But actually, yeah, hang on. In that case, we don't need the audio source. Play disposable audio. Rifle primary fire sound. Target transform will be rifle muzzle. Attached to target. True. True. And now we can go to that prefab, set that, and now they will actually shoot at us. Rifle primary fire sound. Enemy gunshot rifle. We are going to apply to prefab enemy minion assault grunt. Now when we fight these guys, don't like gunshots. I need to start the timing down on that now. Yeah, that's way better now. Boom. Got rid of both of them with one kick. Okay. Yeah, I think we gotta tune the game difficulty, and the aggro time needs to go back down to 1 second, I think is probably better. Otherwise, they are inactive for way too long. Yeah. Okay. Getting somewhere with this. Awesome. That's fantastic. I think it's time for us to make a zombie. Actually, let's go back to this and set up the, we want grunt placeholder. Okay, so what I do is get up close and personal with this guy. Let's set this up. I need to change this target dummy's material. Enemy grunt placeholder, and we're going to apply as override in prefab enemy minion assault grunt. Now they're both that kind of color. Might actually make it lighter, just so that we can see that. Also going to make it a bright red. Technically speaking, that's not how the grunt's supposed to look. But we'll set that guy to bright. Actually, I'll do this guy as bright yellow. Because he's a ranged enemy, and then I want like melee enemies to be bright red temporarily. In fact, actually, we'll reflect that naming scheme here. Enemy range placeholder color, and I'll duplicate this to make an enemy melee placeholder color. And so this one will be red. Okay. And this is where I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate this. Call this one enemy minion zombiance. We open this up. So we definitely change you to the melee. Come out here. We're going to remove enemy assault grunt behavior. For now, remove component. Add enemy zombiance behavior, which is going to go right there. I don't have enemy info for him yet. You're gonna need to set that up. But for now, you're also gonna make sure that these get set up. That needs to get set up. You don't have a voice audio source yet. Do you have an enemy status? Instant health. The actor movement is ready to go. Rest these values, we'll use it default. I will need to replace rifle muzzle, get rid of it, and then instead add in a... Where are we? Probably need like a prefab for this so that I can use it in other objects, but standard melee attack. We want a box collider. We want it to be in front of the enemy. Around there. 1 meter's fine for now. Melee attack is trigger. Disabled. And then enemy melee attack is generic. Owning enemy is this guy. It's also this guy. Base damage. Good question. What's the base damage of the Grunt's projectiles? Base damage 25. Some grunts might also have... I don't have a value on here. I do think they are, like, their damage should be scaled. I do believe their damage is scaled. Projectile hit target callback. Which will do damage equals projectile plus base damage, and then it'll do a bonus based on their enemy stats. Got it. Cool. So that's set up. Okay, so that means that's 25. We probably want this to be like 50. Especially because these guys are leaping. And they're more aggressive. I'd say, like, the machete guy is definitely going to probably have, like, 100 because they are more tactical and more easy to dissuade from attacking. Awesome. See if there's anything else that has been missing that needs to be set. Nope. Cool. Let's set the info. Which does mean that we have to set in some localization stuff for this guy. So I am going to need to pull up the Yeah. Say your purple razor dragon. What layers are we talking about? I need to add this guy's deets to the localization. So we gotta pull up my localization thing real quick. Enemy names. Oh, Zombiance is in there. No, actually, hang on. This is actually in the current version of the localization. I'm pretty sure I updated localization recently. So, okay, let's duplicate this. Minion Zombiance. This probably needs to get obsoleted away at some point. Oh, these are running off of placeholder entries. I gotta fix that on the other guy too. I think it was earlier, unless it was something else. Yeah. Anyways, we need... If I search up Zombiance, here we go. Information, enemy name, Zombiance. That's what we want. I should go check to make sure all these other objects are also set up with... Ah, yeah! Placeholder entries. We need to get rid of these placeholder entries. Minion. Teams... terms, enemy ranks, minion. We need to fix that for all of these. Although, this is absolutely something I should be doing off stream because it is boring dev chores. I need to make sure I do that. In fact, I will probably go ahead and put a Trello card so that I remember to do it. Replace all placeholder localization references. Localization? Don't know Blender too well, I just know a few tricks for basic things, nothing for anything advanced. I mean, I'm working on Unity right now, not Blender. I have Blender open, and yeah, I mean, there's like 3 layers, technically 4, with the NPC weapon. And technically speaking, I want to merge them all into one model when I export it, but that's when I export it. And also, just the fact that, like, I want to reuse some of those parts on other enemy designs. There's also that. But yeah, anyways. Where was I at? Let's start. Oh yeah, I was fixing up the info data. Enemy info, minion, Zombiance. Yes, we're using the proper localization entry. The rank info, minion. We do need to change the faction info. Oh, we don't have a faction info for the other guys yet? Huh, okay. Duplicate faction info, bio staff. Can't believe I didn't have one for that yet. It's also using placeholder faction things. How to code stuff in Python, some other stuff. Yeah. I think I'm calling it biostaff, right? Terms, faction names, biostaff. Perfect. Faction tagline localized. Do I have that? I don't. Okay. I also don't have icons for anybody yet. That's fine. Biostaff. There. Which I do still need to also what's the word I'm looking for? I need to mark this enum as obsolete because we're not using this enum anymore. At least it shouldn't be. Flavor tagline should also be localized eventually. Yeah. There was a lottery being posted. Base health. So these guys should have less base health, for sure. I think I actually want them to be like 950. Actually, no. 950 is the amount that the flamers have, I believe. You can be grabbed, you can be staggered. You have a default stagger damage threshold, default experience point multiplier, and then I'll figure out the taunt system some other time. Alright, so that means we have a completed in the info for you. Cool. Level 1. Use rank to raise the dodge limit override. That should be it. I think we now have a zombiance. Now we get to find out if zombiances are broken. By the way, another thing that should probably be done. This is an enemy info. When you go to enemy info, add a field for their prefab. I think we can make this an enemy status reference. Prefab. Get private set. At some point, I do need to set up all of the infos to, you know how to add your own code to Unity by any chance? Add your own code to Unity. What do you mean by that exactly? At some point, I want to set up a framework to where all of these things that have, like, an info object and then, like, a series of prefabs, I need them all to kind of have, like, a centralized interface so that they can be spawned using various commands and they'll all be kind of handled in the same way. So, for example, I could have an interface that spawns a specific enemy into a specific room, or like an event that does that. I need that kind of concept for save games type deal. Those kinds of things. And a standardized interface where, like, an enemy info. That's also another part of the system I want to make eventually, because, like, we look at my made a line of code and I want to see how it plays out, and I just need to use the objects from Unity to see how it goes. You made a line of code. This is very, very, like, non-specific. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, are you talking about a line of C# code or Python code? Because I don't know about how Python code being added to Unity is going to work. I don't know. See how it plays out. You just need to use the objects from Unity to see how it goes. It's C++ code. Okay, I don't know how you would add that. So, like, Unity is not an open source engine, right? It is very closed source. I'm not even sure if it's programmed in C++. It might be, but generally speaking, it is built to make games. Actually, it's definitely not. It's built to make games from Mono, from C# language. I don't think it has any sort of, like, compatibility with C++. I think it's capable of compiling, like, a interpolated conversion to C#, or sorry, C++. But that's, like, a completely different process. I still have to, like, translate that. That's not a perfect one-to-one transfer. See, I don't think you can just add code to Unity because, like, C++, especially C++, C++ doesn't work that way. It is a compiled binary. It is a somewhat low-level language. Apart from you to word the question in text form, I could probably be able to say it vocal. All I can tell you is I don't think you can just add C++ code to Unity. That's not how Unity was designed. Unless if all you want is a tool that runs within Unity, you can do that with C#. In fact, that is a thing I am doing. I have my own custom localization system, and I have tools that I've designed for working with that. So for example, I have my custom localization system. The way my localization system works is that I can update it via a CSV file, and I can generate that CSV file using notion.so. As in, I can go export. This is probably going to require me to blur a screen temporarily whilst I save this. I don't know if I have anything new here, but we'll try. Mess around with it and see where it gets me to. Yeah. If I do blur page, because I think it's going to bring up my file browser. Sure did. I'm going to save over the last file I saved of this. Replace it. And then, I believe if I open this, it will open the file browser window inside. So I select specifically the toaster gun localization table, which is already, this is the actual localization table. I still need to set something up so that they're, like, more modular, so that they're not all one fucking file. But, for now, I can select that file, and then I can click Update from File. And then I click on the zip file, and it should now update. I still need to add some more, like, feedback on this thing, but yeah. Mess around with my code and see where it'll get me to. Yeah. I don't actually know if that actually updated anything, but I can tell if I open up my GitHub and see if my GitHub sees changes to toaster gun localization table. There was. I removed one word from one of the effect texts. Right. So yeah, so that worked. So that's updated that. And I've built that because whenever Notion exports my CSV, it actually exports it as a zip file with several other files in it. It's supposed to be able to, like, export any, like, images or whatever that I put onto there, which I don't need because I don't put images on there. It is a localization table. I mean, technically, but even then I'd want it to be handled something differently. If I'm going to have, like, a localized texture, that's going to be handled with a different system than this. This is specifically for text localization. So that script will also extract the CSV out of that zip file to then update the CSV in the project. Specifically, the file that's in the project is a CSV, and then Unity, with a custom import script, will import the CSV as the unique localization table data structure that I've designed. That is just a large number of scriptable objects. But the large number of scriptable objects is great because then I can have code reference the specific localization entry, and then it can be like anytime that the game says, hey, we're going to change language to Spanish, and then anything that's using a localization file will say, hey, I've got a localization file. Let me check the localization file to see if it has a Spanish entry. And then if it does, oh, I should probably update whatever I am setting using the localization file to reflect the new text from that localization. That's also a custom thing that I've added. That's kind of already within the Unity framework type deal. I haven't run an ad break in a while. That's weird, because it shouldn't be... Oh, that's weird. It should only be running pre-rolls right now, because I haven't ran an ad break in a while. I don't have automatic ad breaks. I run ad breaks, like, when I need to go take a piss. And then that'll, like, knock pre-rolls off for a while, but I haven't taken a piss in a while, so... I haven't ran a manual raid ad break, but it should not be. Your internet went away for a bit. Oh, okay. Understandable. In that case, I hiss at the ads. Go away. Okay, so. Back to what we're working on. Are we ready to add a zombie? Do we want to add a zombie? Are we ready for it? That is the question. What could possibly go wrong? Just throw it in there. Should probably also zero out the positions on all of these guys. This guy right there. That way we hopefully that. I hope it doesn't. I actually want to go through here and like reset the transform on you. Reset the transform on you. There we go. So now we go room 2. We need to make sure that we add it to the prototype add enemies. This is kind of a temporary system for, you know, adding enemies to the room. Because the idea is supposed to be that level's supposed to be procedurally generated, but right now I don't have the procedural generation up yet because obvious reasons I'm trying to get everything else functional first. Because the procedural generation is less important in the short term. It will be important in the long term, but for now I don't want to get in the way of testing things now and checking what's broken. Throw these guys in here. And just to confirm, you do have... Oh, you know what? I should probably make sure standard melee attack... Oh yeah, it is disabled. What games have you played? Yes? Maybe more specific? Like, do you mean like recently? Or... like, in general? Because it's a lot, for sure. As it stands, this game is strongly based off of, Balatro, Enter the Gungeon, Slave the Spire, will be Spelunky in there, lots of Gunfire Reborn in there, in general. Yeah, a lot, in many genres. I tend to like a lot of, I like a lot of fighting games. I'm a big fan of, like, you know, Street Fighter 3 has been my old bread and butter, but I'm also familiar with Under Night in Birth, a little bit of Melty Blood, some Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, JRPG. Not many. Haven't played them in a long time. I haven't really had the time for them in a long time, honestly. Oops. I haven't had a lot of time for them recently, so it has not been something I've been able to get into. But it's like, I mean, my entire character design is very strongly inspired by Persona 3, you know, Aegis and all that. Or Aegis and all that. So, like, I played Persona 3. Like, do you not like Persona 4, honestly? I played a little bit of Persona 5. Never had occurred to me? Yeah. I guess it's gender. I guess it's gender as fuck. I also like playing competitive shooters. Or at least, I used to really like playing competitive shooters. Now it's like I have a love-hate relationship with competitive shooters. There is still a lot of fun to be had in it. Just, like, running around and blasting folks. But I'm no longer as competitive with them as I used to be. So I used to play, like, you know, actual competitive modes. And then nowadays, it's like, I'm so sick of the toxicity and the hell of solo queues. I can never actually get any other friends into the same games as me. Especially not, also in competitive. But, like, I enjoy a little bit of Call of Duty, mostly because Amy has gotten me into the series. I've been enjoying a lot of Team Fortress 2 lately. In fact, Magical Girl Ia and I are playing some casual TF2 tomorrow. So, you know, check in on that when we play that tomorrow. You can. What else? I also really like some factory automation games. I played a lot of Oxygen Not Included. I played a lot of Factorio before, but I have fallen off of it as of late. I like stopped playing it for a while, and then it released a bunch of updates, and I tried to get back into it, and it was always kind of a bit of a slog because, like, the early game is kind of painful in Factorio, and I never really could get back into it, especially because, like, I liked playing it with enemies on, with the biters on, and if you like force your way through that progression, if you try and, like, rush that progression, you get fucking demolished. That is, like, by design, and so having to, like, crawl through it has not been great. And that's kind of why I've instead kind of turned on to Minecraft Create Mod and just been doing that and hanging out with friends, because that's also what helps me kind of enjoy those kinds of games. Yeah, I mean, like, when I first started this channel, I was playing, like, ranked Apex Legends, and oh boy, I do not want to go back to those days. I really don't want to go back to those days. Oh boy. Yeah, these days, I tend to skew more comfy with it. Obviously, I play roguelike games, Balatro and stuff. Obviously, a big part of the inspiration for this game. Anyways, let's go break things. Let's go break things. We're going to walk in. I will start with just getting rid of these guys first. I need to reload my pistol. I'm noticing this guy is, like, continuously... Uh-huh. Or activate... did I forget to fucking set the melee attack reference? I sure did. Whoops. Look, it was broken. I was right. I was right. Oh, I need to reload. That would help. I need to set it up to automatically reload when it's empty, but I just have... He has followed me a lot faster than I thought. I should maybe increase the amount of time that the, Oh, you know what? I think it's not actually that they're, I realize what's going on here. I know what's going on here. Check you out. We look for set facing mode. Scripts. I could also go to the documentation, because I have that. Movement. Set auto facing. So there's an auto face behavior enum. I think what I need to do is turn that off whilst we're in that state. Maison beats behavior. In fact, we also need to be turning that off whilst we're... Actually, we are. Yeah. I don't like to do that. Doesn't matter the order of that, though. Generic sequence node. I think at the very first node of it will be, yeah, auto facing off for sure. No, I'm not sure if the auto facing actually works whilst we're in navigation mode. Let me find out. Let me go look at active movement. Or I have to remember what actually executes auto-facing stuff. Yeah, so you have the rotate forwards facing target. It, in fact, does not check if we are in navigation mode. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. Out of curiosity. Look at our navmesh agent. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Let's see if that changes anything. Let's see what they actually start facing like. So I actually use my ADS to be a little bit more accurate here. Alright. Yeah, so now they have a lot more of a lag to face us. Okay, now that I've set that up, I can now recognize that they have a proper lag to where they want to go. That's a little bit better. All right. Oh, hang on. First of all, I fucked it up. Enemy zombies behavior. I still fucked it up. Attempt melee attack. We do not have anything in here. Actually, we do have a set navigation state false. That does run. Interesting. New check condition flag. So then it just waits for the movement is grounded. Why are you waiting for that? You know what I forgot to do? Hang on. I need to go to that method we added. Behavior, movement, add physics impulse to actor. We need to add another thing here. Private bool, skip, ground check. But you forgot to add a thing to that. Hang on. Public, virtual void. This probably doesn't need to be virtual, actually. Add impulse can be virtual, but actually, no, it doesn't, honestly. It does not need an override. Skip, round, check. And that's just going to do the one thing, which is set skip round check tick to true. Now we add that to this. Let's actually set some defaults. That would be true for facing relative and skip round check false by default. I'm gonna do if skip round check actor skip round check. Go back to enemy zombiance behavior, where we do this. True for skip round check. Awesome. The real question is, why are we not being considered as grounded? Check condition flag is grounded. Why do you not work? It's bitwise and not equal, none. Let's try something. I should just turn down the volume on the sniper so that oh well, that accidentally let the zombie attack. And now it is stuck in its check condition flag. Hold on. What do you mean? Not supposed to touch a node that can return running to which else Hey look, prepare for unforeseen consequences. Wow. That shouldn't be returning wait child success node. Hold on. What node is that? Wait. I see. Why did I do that with a weight child success node? I think I know why, but at the same time... I think that actually shouldn't be. Because, like, otherwise, this is just going to return waiting, and this is going to return waiting. So that wait child success node is actually not required. I don't think that's what's causing the problem, though, is the problem. But that clears that warning, though. The problem is, I don't think this warning is the problem. Oh. I accidentally made code changes whilst the game was running. Whoops. I don't think that's the problem, though. How'd you manage to start an attack? I was all the way over there. So yeah, 10th melee attacks, on its melee lunge attack. And then wait child success node, check condition, flag movements. Why are you not rounded? Is the question. Let's investigate. Let's see what's going on here. Your nav mesh agent is on. I told it to be off. What the fuck are you doing? Excuse you? Reset into zombie its melee lunge attack. We should set navigation state false. Which will set enemy behavior.set navigation mode. Nav on, which will be set to false. I usually call navmeshagent.reset path when we do this. Hold on. So here's enemy ground movement. I am noticing. Noticing. I mean, actor movement should be doing nothing. Why are we not disabling navigation state here? Set auto-facing. This is a sequence node. If any of this returns false, we should just not do this. Or if it's returning running, we should just not do this. We should just exit out of it. So why are we not... You know what I am noticing? I don't have a set navigation state true when we chase. Interesting. The thing is that we should also be setting navigation mode to false. Or should be. Hang on. What is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? Standard aggro behavior should actually be setting navigation state to false. So, what the fuck? Why is our thing activating our navigation? Check Set destination. Does set destination, like, automatically enable the agent? That's the only way I could think of this happening. Because what's happening is, the NavMesh agent is enabled when it shouldn't be, and that is causing the movement component to fail to tell the zombie alright. And then you just stand in place. What the fuck? And whilst you're standing in place, you're mad that your NavMesh agent is off. Your NavMesh agent is off, so what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? If your NavMesh agent is off, you are standing on the ground. You are on character hull collision layer. Your character controller is enabled. What the fuck? Hold, please. I've just realized something. Number one, we don't have the impulses in here. We should probably add that. Problem is, why is our ground check not running? What are you doing? No other warnings that are, like, helping us figure that out. So, before we ever get to this add physics impulse to actor, we are setting our navigation state to false. Which thankfully it is now working correctly, because we had... I'm gonna need to make sure... I don't know what node caused it, but there's gotta be a node in here that is waking up the NavMesh agent when it should not be. That aggravates me. That really aggravates me. So we have... Oop, brown snap. It's the opposite of nav. Alright, it's attached to Unity. Let's try and debug this. I have to figure out what the fuck is going on here. Because this does not make any sense anymore. Alright. I can just slide off into infinity. What the fuck are you doing? Your nav mesh agent is off. Wait a minute, there's a should do ground check. Wait a minute, there's a should do ground check. But it's not being overridden. We don't have an implementation of should do ground check here. There's none. So then, what is stopping our ground check from running? We clearly set the impulse. I noticed that. We set the impulse and then we just fucked off. Oh my gosh, wait. Hold on. I have a hunch. Let me ground movement. Turn on debug browser. Let me ground movement. Should do gravity, yes. Should do ground check, yes. Should push away. Factors, yes. Do we not have that system on this thing? We don't have a state. I'm noticing. State system must have been an old vestige thing. If change state is grounded equals new ground value. Alright. I set a breakpoint here. Such as not actually explain such as control. I think I should check this. Elastic position 11.56 or 0.57. 7.42. That all checks out, so that part's running. Why is our velocity not changing? That's the next question. Let's unpause. So we hit this. Should do ground check. To remember how to step forward again. So shift F11. Oops. So yeah, so we're not doing any of those. New ground value equals false. Why did we just skip our entire capsule cast? It's the bottom hemisphere. We said 11.57, 1.08, 7.42. That tracks. That tracks. That tracks. Check the new walk mask. Why are we not finding the floor? Let's turn this off. Ground movement. Checking for level collision block movement. Why is that not working? There's something over here. What the fuck are you doing? I don't understand. Curiosity. So the assault grunts have also not been grounded ever. That's interesting. What did I fuck up with this? Check this out. So radius, direction, and hit info, ground check distance is the max distance, layer masks, moon walk bubble mask, gray trigger interaction and more. This is the exact same capsule cast as Katon, whose system works fine because she has a state that checks for the grounded state. Last I checked, go like player states Katon tactical. SB Shell's airborne. It's on player state tick. Which, okay, we can verify. Let's go look at the prototype player. And find player movement. You're grounded. You're grounded for 1 billion trillion quadrillion years. In fact, 1,923 ticks. You're grounded for 1,923 ticks. So it works on you. Your movement walkable mask is level collision block movement. So why the fuck is it not working for the enemy? You have ground check distance of 0.7. The enemy minion assault grunt. What is the movement? Ground check distance of 0.7. Oh wait, no, 0.05, and then what's yours? Wait. Skin width 0.08. Why is the default? Why is the default 0.05? That needs to change. Go here. Actor movement. We change that so that it doesn't happen again. It needs to be 0.1. And then we're gonna go to prefabs, enemies, minion. Select both of these guys. Go to their enemy ground movement script. 0.1 ground check distance here, airborne. I forgot they do have separate ground check distances depending on if they're airborne or not. And the values that were being used were smaller than the character controller's skin width. Now, the funny thing about character controller, which is why I've been meaning to try and replace it with my own custom system, is that it doesn't actually sit at 0, 0, because the actual, like, radius is not the real radius. It's not actually 0.5. It is 0.5 plus whatever skin width it has. And so, even though the transform is positioned at, like, the edge of its radius of 0.5, it still sits above the ground by 0.08 because that's what I set the skin width to. And guess what? That fucking kills it! Let's go some. Okay. How about that? It fucking works properly now. There's one problem, though. You are not jumping. Why are you not jumping? These ambience behavior. We do in fact have a skip ground check being set. A skip ground check after actor.skip ground check. Hold on. I think that's not the way that the skip ground check tick is supposed to work. That's not actually allowing it to change the grounded state is the problem. I think what we need to do is where is this? I need to find add impulse. Add impulse. We need a Cool. Actually, wait, no. That's not what I want. What I want is, we're gonna expand out this skip ground check. In fact, specifically... Well, actually, we'll keep the public void skip ground check just skip ground check, but you know what we need to do? We need to do another method, which is going to be public void force airborne. Here's where we do skip ground check tick equals true. Actually, you can technically do skip ground check the method in case we add anything else to that. And then what we'll actually do is we'll specifically tell us, in fact, I'm actually going to kind of reference how I do this in the player movement. So we have do jump, which player movement is actually not part of actor movement, and I gotta figure that out eventually. So, copy. Because I don't want all impulses to potentially send the enemy in the air. So all of that. We don't actually need that. Oh wait, no, I know what that is. If we have a anchor, which technically speaking, I very highly doubt. Oh, you know what? I was gonna say, I don't think I'm gonna have anything that involves enemies actually having an anchored movement, i.e. they are standing on something that is also moving. But then I realized level 3 is supposed to have an Akira lift. So that has to be set up that way. So I do actually need to set that up. Okay. Check Delta has time to fix time. Okay, that's fine. I'm actually just gonna copy this constant from player movement. You can put all the other functions are already part of active movement. There we go. This should now just straight up work. Keyword should. Keyword should. Alright. He's still not jumping. Oh, that's right, because we have to actually change the method. Specifically, add physics impulse to actor. We're gonna change skip ground check. Rename to force airborne. Apply. Rename this to force airborne. Apply. Cool. Alright, let's see a zombie jump. Why is it still not jumping? Why are you still not jumping? Because I might be stupid. I still have to actually change just renaming it doesn't help. I have to do the other part of that. Does that work now? Hey, that looks a lot more like a jump. I am noticing, the zombie will jump again, if the player is still within range. I might need to fix that. I'll fix it later. What I want to do... I'm just gonna put that into, like, 6 small things. Jumps in wrong direction if still close to player after jump. I could also just tune up the auto-facing on that, but eh. But actually, yeah, hang on, I've got a better idea. I can kind of fix that. What I'm gonna do is... Actually, yeah. Interesting. Reset. Well, auto-facing behavior off is fine, because we are doing equals here. What we're gonna do is... What I want to do is that during the first part of their melee attack, they should turn quickly, but then, as soon as the, indicator goes off, the telegraph thing that says that the enemy is about to jump at you, when that happens, they should be turning much slower during that. I could also just have a method that, like, tries to get the enemy to, like, it'll say, like, if the player is not directly in front of me, within, like, the limit of the auto-facing behavior, then have, like, an extended duration of turning. Unless the player is no longer in melee range. I could actually make that specifically a, another state. I'd probably actually throw a to-do here. To-do. If player is in melee range, but not in front, have an extended state of turning. Something like that. Essentially, if the player is too close to set a navigation, but they're not, you know, in front enough for them to start a melee attack, then they should quickly turn towards them. May also just go ahead and turn up the auto-pacing speed. I don't remember what the default speed is. Could not tell you.
My name is Thomas Light.
It's a 180, which is the same as the other guy, I think. But is that being changed in one of the default nodes? Nope. But it is still 180 in 1 second. Oh well. It's good enough for now. Now I gotta figure out why the melee attack doesn't work. Because that's still not working. Turn enemy, generic enemy melee callback. Do you have the entity melee collider? Let's see. You know what else might actually help? Hang on. Hold on. Wait a sec. Thankfully, I do see it even if it is disabled. I'm gonna make sure that that extends down a little bit. Modified component, apply to prefab. I'm not entirely sure if it's due to that, but we'll check. Oh, you know what? I know why. I know why. Where's that entity melee collider? It shouldn't be on collision enter. It should be on trigger enter. That's what we're missing. We're also supposed to be doing on trigger stay. Ah, there we go. Why does it want me to do that? Let me just change all these to other instead of collider. Actually, you know what? I could just change this to collider instead. There. Duplicate this for on trigger stay. that should now work. Keyword should. See if we can get punched by a zombie. Yeah, I really gotta fix that. I'm still not getting punched by a zombie. Why am I not getting punched by a zombie? Oh, wait a minute. No, we try get entity health. This should check for both entity health or a hitbox with an entity health. I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling about this. I think triggers are intended to be static and they don't actually collide. I think. Actually, hold on. I think I know what might help this. I think I know what might help. Can I add a rigid body? Target this, but we're gonna make it ace kinematic. That might help. Let's see. Come on, then. That did not work. Wait a minute. Maybe it did. No. Wait, it is, but... Oh! The active period isn't long enough. I see what's going on. He is not attacking at a appropriate distance, I think. Either that or also we could just, like, extend the active frames. Active frame's 10. Hang on. Probably like 15. That's like 1/6 of a second. That's a little bit better. Yeah. Okay. That's a lot easier to perfect dodge, too. Except when I did that. Except when I did that. There we go. Okay. As long as I'm, like, moving... Yeah, okay. I mean, it should still be a little bit longer. Now that's, approximately how that should work. However, I am noticing, standard melee attack, your base damage 50. Why are you doing 25? Actually, I think I might have just been seeing something else. Oh, that's right, I was seeing the enemy take damage from that, which is interesting. It's only 25 damage that they take. Might need to, like, bump up the, players' numbers and then bump up the enemy damage numbers. That way, when enemies deal damage to other enemies, it's reasonable. And it's not unreasonable to players. Because 25 is not a lot of damage. Actually, no, I think that actually tracks. And yeah, that's a reasonable amount of damage. Hell yeah! Cool! Awesome! Okay. That fixes that. What's my time at? 3 hours. Yeah, that's absolutely a, like, as long as you are moving, you should be fine. I think I actually do want to make it a little bit faster, though. Change to, like, 712. See what that looks like. Oh, yeah, it's a lot faster. I think you should turn down the vertical of that. Yeah. Maybe it's just like 4. That's a little bit better. A little bit. I think he still goes a little too far away. I might also need something to where, like, if he bounces off, he should, if he hits, he should probably bounce off, type deal. But I don't know how to do that with the current system. I might need something more complex for that. As it stands, that is now 2 enemies. So by the way, when I actually inspect this guy, he is in fact called Zombians. That's your called Assault Rifle. Bam! Hehe. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Cool, cool. Okay. So yeah, part of the thing I need to still figure out is whether we're doing, like, a static collection of encounters similar to Slay the Spire, or if we have some more random elements to it. Which I think random elements make sense. We just have to kind of figure out what the design behind that's going to be. So in theory, another thing is that I might actually go through and set some stuff up to I should start doing like XP system to level up weapons. That might be the next thing that I work on, because that is like a crucial part of the progression, I think. At the same time, I also kind of want to like that's the thing. It's like overall, I think like getting more enemies is definitely a good function, but I think what's going to help us understand how encounters are going to be designed is actually having level generation started at the very least. But oh boy, level generation is going to be quite a bit involved. I do have a general idea. Like, we can reuse a lot of what I've kind of designated here. So this is like a dev texture door, and I could replicate this in Blender, and then replicate like each of these kinds of pieces of the room in Blender, and then start using that, because like we need like kits, we need level kits to be able to kind of set things up. I'm thinking possibly it'll probably be a 1 meter grid, actually, now I think about it. Even though I kind of want it to be on a 2 meter grid, but the doors will look very weird at that kind of size. Technically speaking, I could also do hallways. I was not super fond of the idea of hallways, because then it's like, what type of room is the hallways? And do they count as a room? I mean, I can work around that, honestly. I can work around that, I think. Like, there are definitely just, like, the concept of rooms that you enter into, and they don't do anything by themselves. I'm trying to think, because, like, one big issue is that patrols cannot be encountered in a hallway. And I can't have a patrol be in a hallway. But here's a theoretical situation, because I really would like the idea of patrols, where it's like, as you're kind of fighting through. Why is my my scroll wheel so fucked up? Why is that so slow? And now it's super fast. Interesting. Well, the idea being, let's say, I'm gonna need like a drawing pad to kind of figure this out. Actually, no, let's do this. Okay. So let's say we have a room here, This is going real pirate software all of a sudden. We have a room here. We have a room here. And then we have a hallway. So let me go over like the basic concept of patrols, right? Let's say we actually have 3 rooms and we have simple doors in between each of these rooms. Essentially, the way that the patrols work is that basically as you progress through the level, as you kind of defeat encounter rooms and / or just like room clearing in general of any rooms is going to eventually spawn a patrol. There's going to be multiple patrols actually in a level. Each floor is probably going to have like a total of 3 patrols maybe, and it basically kind of depends on your like clear rate of the rooms. And like a room clear would essentially be you entering the room and then doing whatever it takes to be able to exit that room, which for most rooms is nothing, because most rooms will be unlocked by default unless you are going to an encounter room or a boss encounter room or an elite boss encounter room. But once you enter an elite boss encounter room, that is it. It is enter the gungeon rules. You defeat that elite boss and you go up. That's how that works. You do not go back through the level when you defeat a boss. It is not Binding of Isaac rules. It is enter the gungeon rules, I think, unless I'm wrong, and enter gungeon does actually let you go back. I might actually even be backwards. It might actually be Isaac lets you go back. Or sorry, it might actually be that Isaac doesn't let you go back and enter the gungeon does. Generally speaking, the idea is you don't come back from a elite boss encounter. The elite boss is the end boss of a floor. You'll fight 2 elite bosses, and then there's the Akira lift, and then there is the final boss, which is the arch corporate boss, who is Mr. Big, the CEO of Big Idol Corporation. So that doesn't count in your room clearing. It's gonna be more like when you clear 25% of the rooms, 50% of the rooms, and then 75% of the rooms, it will spawn a new patrol. The way the patrol works is that patrol is considered to be in a room, right? The patrol will start in a room, and then every time you change rooms, as in the player goes from one room to the other, the patrol will attempt to move to a room. They attempt to move to a room depending on one variable, and then if that variable is somehow the same, it will choose randomly. That variable being whichever room the player has visited most recently. So they will kind of follow you in a way. They'll kind of be on your tail unless you can shake them. But also, you probably just want to go take them out anyways, because, you know, this game is supposed to have combat that is fun. But maybe if you're just like, oh, I'm like low on health and I need to go find some resources or whatever, then that's fine. However, there is one consideration. They are not allowed to enter. They're not allowed to enter encounter rooms you've not been in. They actually aren't allowed to enter rooms you haven't been in general, I believe. And then they're also not allowed to enter supply rooms, which are the shops. They're not allowed to enter a shop. They might not be allowed to enter a treasure room, partially because treasure rooms aren't really set up for an encounter. That is a problem, actually, now that I think about it. I think they can technically only encounter the player in an encounter room, which does make patrols a little difficult to figure out in that sense. So I might make it so that they have to, like, plan a route through rooms. Rather than being... It's like, for example, let's say that this is an encounter room. This is a supply room. And then this is another encounter room. And then let's say the player moves from here to here. or let's say that like, um, say that actually, the player is in this room over here, which could be whatever, could be a treasure room. I mean, like, so, like, event rooms should definitely be, prepped for possible entry by enemies. Wow, figuring out patrols is actually going to be a lot harder than I thought. I thought I had a simple idea for it, and then I was just like, wait a minute. I don't think I'm prepared to make treasure rooms also functional as encounter rooms. Because then otherwise, like, how do I have enemies patrol if they can only go to encounter rooms? Like, go look at a level design planning document, which has all of the room types that I can potentially have. So, they obviously cannot enter supply rooms ever. Storage rooms are supposed to be pretty small, and I think encountering enemies inside of a storage room will suck. Just fucking awful. Terrible. Right? But that only leaves normal encounters, boss encounters. They obviously can't go into an elite boss encounter room. And technically speaking, special events. But special events are not supposed to be that common. And in theory, it could be that like most rooms are encounter rooms, but it can still potentially limit it can still limit the patrol movement for sure. I will say that might still be fine. I want to, like, start figuring out what possible room layouts would look like. I think I actually did have somewhere. I calculated what I wanted. Yeah. I have the math./procedure down here. Also, hang on, my bearings have come loose. Okay. This is a challenge. So 1 to 2 storage rooms locked behind each of the 3 key cards, meaning a total of 36 locked storage rooms. 4.5 average. How many encounter rooms did I say there were? Combined total of 11 to 15 rooms that are storage or events. With a minimum of 12. And then encounter rooms should be 13 to 17. Exactly 5 boss encounter rooms. It should be like a half and half. For 30 rooms minimum is interesting to think about. I mean, like, you think about Slay the Spire, and, like, you look up, like, Slay the Spire, and you look like the wiki. Which sucks, it's on fucking fandom, but whatever. Look at map locations. I How do I find the map? This is a category. What about map? Is map its own page? Is act its own page? There's acts. Act 1, or the Exordium, is the first of the 3 default acts of Slay the Spire. Does this tell me how many? Floor 1 to floor 17. Yeah, okay. Slay the Spire has 17 floors max in each of the acts, and we're talking about the same number of acts, like 3 acts type deal. Because we're on kind of the same, like, system as Slay the Spire, right? Slay the Spire goes, Act 1. There's 3 acts, and then there's the Act 4 that is kind of just a shop room, a rest room, and then the final boss against the heart, right? And then, like, Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3, you fight one boss at the end of the thing. And actually, the way that it works is it's only 15 floors, and then floor 16 is boss. Floor 17 is actually the boss chest, which is weird. I didn't know that they counted that, so it's technically more like 15 floors. Belongs to a category. So, and then Act 2 is floor 18 to floor 34, which I think is 17 again, right? Maybe 16. Oh yeah, that's 17. A total of 17 floors. It's plus 16, but it's a total of 17 floors. If we look at Act 3. Goes from 35 to 51. Hang on. 51 minus 35 is 16. That's, again, not counting the treasure chest, 16 floors. Well, actually, no. Floor 51 is player facing an unknown entity. Which, that's, you know, whether or not they actually go through to the heart. Otherwise, game will end in a victory screen. So that is still a floor that does not count. And then Act 4 is literally just 52, 53, 54, 55. Rest Site, Merchant. Oh, that's right, there's also an Elite encounter there. I forgot about that. Yeah. Huh. But, to be fair, I think encounters in Slay the Spire are a lot longer than the encounters I want to have in this game, potentially. I would say that the average of, like, maybe 8 minions and 2 lieutenants would be the general numbers I want to hit with each encounter. Now, going by the sort of system I have for this, if I go look at our enemy database, our lieutenants are, generally speaking, 3k health, which are supposed to be about 2.5 seconds. So they're like 2.5-ish enemies. Or 2.5-ish minions. So if that's 8 plus 2 lieutenants, that's like total of like 13 enemies. I want to take that, multiply by 2 for 26. 26 seconds is about how long you should take on an enemy. Or on an encounter. Now, I would say definitely with Slay the Spire, you go through a, like, treasure room, and you're probably in and out of there in, like, 30 seconds. But I'd say, like, when it comes to Slay the Spire, I generally take, like, 30 to 45 minutes on, like, one run in STS. And then for 3 acts, each with 15 floors, technically 16, that'd be 48. That's like a minute per floor. Ish. Which makes me think that, like, we could have encounters that are a lot faster than that, I think. But actually, probably not. With that being said, if we take those numbers and extrapolate, let's say that we are spending 30 seconds on most of the encounters. Where, like, per floor, we have... Say that at, like, in each shop, we might be taking, like, a minute, right? Oh, boy. The other thing is that, like, a boss encounter, which is, you know, the more like an elite in Slay the Spire, that should take a lot longer. That's gonna take, like, I want to say a minute. Actually, look at our mini bosses. 9k, 10k, which is approximately... If I take 10k and then divide that by 1200, 8.3 seconds, it actually multiplies up to 16. Like, the idea is that for every second of damage the player is putting out, there's a good chance that the player is going to also take an extra second to dodge or reload. They take any sort of non-aggressive action. It's actually possible that they don't need an extra 100% time for each. I actually probably think that maybe it should be more like every 3 seconds there's gonna be like 1 second of non-DPS. Probably makes more sense. I could even make it so that, like, it's dependent on how many enemies there are. I'd say, like, each minion and lieutenant should add 1 second to that time. Excuse me. And then a boss should actually only add about, like, maybe 3 seconds even though they're supposed to take 8.3 seconds, adjusting that up to like maybe 11.3 would make sense. It's still kind of a lengthy battle, and you're probably trying to get rid of the other ads, because a mini-boss encounter won't just be the mini-boss. It will be the mini-boss flanked by several lieutenants and a couple of extra minions for you to deal with. So it'd be more like with the standard encounter of 2 lieutenants and 8 minions, where that was like 13 seconds of DPS, and then 10 seconds, that's 23 seconds. Whereas now we are adding on a solid 12 seconds to that. That's like up to about like 30 seconds, more than that, much more than that. Basically, you know, like 35-ish. Which makes sense. We're probably going to have more mini-boss encounters than Slay the Spire ever had elite encounters. And also, they are supposed to be more dangerous and more aggressive overall. You do need to give them more breadth type deal. So that means that, like, on average, we have exactly 5 boss encounter rooms. Which might actually do more of those, honestly. 5 does sound a little small. Although we do have a chance to add an additional boss encounter too. I may also set something up such that in the generation, we need to make sure that there can be solid strings of enemy encounter routes that a patrol could patrol through. Interesting thing about patrol is that means that adds an additional 3 encounters to the game. These are gonna turn out to be some pretty long runs. But also, I look at some Spelunky runs and some Isaac runs, and maybe that's not that bad of an issue. I think giving the player the ability to retry runs might be kind of beneficial. I definitely think I would be very frustrated to go an hour into a run, just to suddenly lose it to something I didn't predict. Which I do want to try and, like, reduce how many times that could happen, for sure. That is definitely part of the design mantra, is do roguelike, but better. Do roguelike good, not necessarily do roguelike but better, because there can be good roguelikes. You look at Balatro and that's fine. Except in the later difficulties, but that's another conversation entirely. So there is that. I think it's fine to let these runs go a little longer. think. We'll have to see. I think if the average is 30 seconds per room, and we have, like, an average of 71 divided by 2, an average of 35.5 rooms. Multiply that by, I should do 0.5, half a minute, 17 minutes per floor. Although, honestly, that's not super accurate. I think it might actually be 20 minutes, because likely you're spending at least, at minimum, a minute on the elite boss. The elite boss is specifically tuned to be a solid minute of DPS. So you spend at least a minute on them. Maybe a little bit less than a minute, but, you know, generally speaking, you're also dodging attacks, and sometimes the boss won't be available to attack because they're doing an attack. Those kinds of things will be kind of factors in that. So I will need to be careful with that. But I think, the thing is that floor 3 will not have an elite boss encounter, but it will have the Akira lift. And then the elite boss encounter itself is going to be like a solid 2 to 3 minutes. Because it's going to be 2 stages. It'll be like roughly the same health as elite bosses. It was slightly larger, obviously, because, you know, it's the final boss. It's gotta have a bigger health bar. And that brings us to, like, at least an hour. Which is mildly concerning. If I look up, like, average binding of Isaac run length. Okay, well, I mean, r/binding of Isaac says 25 to 30 minutes. I feel like I've definitely seen longer runs in Isaac. I mean, if I look like average Spelunky run length. $15. So, an hour might be asking for much. But if I look at r/Noida, it's 1 or 2 hours. An interesting concept. I don't know. Maybe I can design it around comfortably doing a run that's like an hour long. as it stands, I think the game is going to skew a bit on the easy side anyways. Just due to the fact that it is kind of mostly dependent. It's like mostly dependent on your skill. So if you have good skill, then the game giving you shit loot doesn't really matter all that much. Whereas if you get really, really good loot and you are crushing everything, that's just a way to beat it slightly faster. And it only really comes into play your ability to game the system and get better stats when you're doing the higher difficulty runs. I think that is a decent trade-off. So yeah, I think it is probably fine to have like an hour-long run. I think in general, I think what we're gonna end up aiming for is hour-long runs. So that means overall, what we're looking for is, do like 7 to 9 minions and then 2 to 3 lieutenants in a standard encounter. Or maybe like 1 to 3 lieutenants in a standard encounter. Although if I might set it up such that, like, we'll roll minions 7 to 9, and then if we have 7 minions, we want to roll at minimum 2 lieutenants. But if we don't roll 7 minions, then we are allowed to roll only 1 lieutenant. I think that's the way that I want to set it up. I do think I might want to take a break soon, though. There's like a decent stopping point for now. And then, I might also, I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'll go to the bathroom. My water is fine, but I could still refill. I'm actually feeling like slightly hungry, so I might grab like a protein bar. And then I will come back and look at working on level kit stuff. And start kind of figuring out what the level design generation is going to look like. And that's gonna be fun. But yeah, so I will take a small break to go and take a little stretch break and everything. I have not taken a single break all day. I haven't taken a bathroom break of any type, which is surprising. So yeah, I will go BRB for a few minutes. I'll come back in about 3 minutes. Stand by. Yeah, I return. You know something I was thinking of, and I am actually realizing that I definitely do need to do it. I need a universal. So previously, the way that I'm doing these, like the weapon, so look at the weapon pistol starter enemy. So this is a prefab, and then this just has the weapon model attached to it, and then the item form of the weapon also just has the weapon model attached to it. And I have to still, like, make both of these prefabs separately. And I was realizing there is another situation in which I want, sort of the model of the weapon to be accessible in other circumstances, as well as, for example, whenever we reforge a weapon, I want to have, like, a special little effect present on its material to, like, identify that you've reforged it, and it would make sense for that effect to persist on the weapon pickup. So I think I do want to figure out getting these weapon pickups to be dynamically generated rather than statically assigned to each data blueprint thing, the infos. And part of what I'm going to need to do for that is have a component that can be used to sort of describe or give function to the weapon's model. The idea would be that it would be a centralized abstract object that can animate the weapon whenever it is, you know, doing the shooty, and it does the slide or the bolt action. It'll do those. And then it can also position the weapon in the right kind of relative location for the item drops, because, you know, this is not placed at 0, of the transform handle. It is placed with an offset so that it looks like it is, like, rotating in its sort of center. Same with, like, especially noticeable with Ellie over here. Ellie is definitely not in the same position. And having that be a value on this object would be easier, right? And then another thing that object can do is for akimbo weapons, because there's going to be akimbo pistols in the game. For those, I could have that also kind of define how that works, and then also have it say, like, hey, when we're displaying this either on the floor or in the upgrade animation, then the second pistol or second weapon or whatever should be positioned in this sort of position, and the weapon should be rotated like this. That can be arranged like that, and that'll make a lot more sense, I think. So that's what I want to do. I think that will make a lot more sense. I don't know if I'm going to be doing that right now, because I want to focus on more fun things on stream, and that is very much a framework type thing. But I will go ahead and try and add that into my Trello so I can tackle that at another date. Weapon model manager.
Headpats incoming.
Oh, ow, owie, ow. Sorry. I can't write Trello cards that are like very English dependent when I am stuck in cat speak mode. A few contexts, which I want to be able to. Hang on, actually, let me open up this protein bar. I did actually grab a protein bar. I am feeling a little bit hungry. I don't want to end the stream just yet. Come on, open up, damn it. There we go. I hate how this protein bar wants to open. It always wants to open in a weird way. There are a few contexts in the show, and I'll be able to display the model as a dropped item. Equipped. Too many of these. On the player. And also in the upgrade animations. There may even be other situations. I may even wish to get rid of static icons for weapons in favor of rendered icons. Especially as that may increase workflow speed in terms of implementing new weapons. Additionally, when weapons are dropped from the player, I would like to copy over some of its effects. I was planning a special shader glint on weapons that are reforged. What's the dropped items appearance? To achieve all this, I need a component that can handle all of these functions, as well as functions such as actually, so do this. I can handle all these functions. I need to list all the things that it needs in order to perform those functions. Needs to be able to handle all the weapons animation systems. Which I did declare before that this is going to be a procedural animation system, and I'm not actually going to be using... I probably won't be using any Blender animation. I might have them actually programmatically defined, or I might have them in Blender and then have them check that on the animator. However, as it stands, doing that is complicated, especially with whatchamacallit. If I'm using akimbo pistols, and I change the parent of one of those pistols to the player's left hand, that animation is just completely broken. It will not animate, period. Point blank. Dot. It will just not fucking work. Which is why I think I need to do an animation system that is defined probably via code, but I need to also figure out some other ways in which I'm going to be able to handle being able to define it externally. I would like for it to be data-driven. Weapon animations should be data-driven and procedural. Mainly because trying to do FBX animations on separate weapons. I'm trying to do FBX animations on an akimbo weapon. I'll just be specific. Will just break the animator entirely due to the modification being made to the transform hierarchy. I have to put a space there. Right. Other thing we want to handle. Needs to handle weapon material effects. And they have some shader stuff that could handle fake dynamic lights during a muzzle flash, because that would look cool. On a Minecraft enchantment-esque glint on the weapon when it is reforged. Possibly also additional particle effects when the weapon is equipped with a legendary pop up. You know, I'd also be cool is a particle effect for a glitched gun. A quote-unquote AI-generated gun. There's a NPC that can give you an AI-generated gun, and it is wrong in some funny way. And that's a whole bit. Particle effect for gunly generated gun. Glitchy. Would be cool. Possibly even like a shader, a vertex shader effect, where like the weapon could be like jumbled around very slightly. Have it kind of almost like PlayStation 1, what's the word I'm looking for? The integer rounding errors that the PlayStation 1 had. Have something like that. When a weapon is glitched. Handle placement of a Kimbo. Weapons. Reparent, secondary, model transform, on the fly, data-driven positioning for with data-driven positioning when in item, shop, upgrade, display mode. As such, you should probably also, you know, like, designate muzzle transforms. Obviously. This is all essentially supposed to be a prefab that can then be attached to a weapon, an actual equipped weapon, can then also be like copied over onto a dropped weapon. It can also be copied over to a, you know, the upgrade animation, stuff like that. Should probably also handle changing display layer of meshes so that we can handle render targets properly. To consider, should this also be abstracted out for contraption use? Because that might also be a point. I don't think we need to too much to handle how contraptions work, though. I think contraptions can probably handle themselves. Or it might just need its own specialized component. It doesn't need, like, half the shit that weapons need. But maybe. Maybe. Oh, what else do I need? Obviously, we need to handle or designate rotation and position of meshes in display contexts. Item, shop, upgrade. I mean, what I could do is that, like, by default, every transform is zeroed out on their position. And then if I set display mode, they should move, you know, the one main weapon to its display position. I could also have, like, you know, akimbo is moved to this display position as well. I could also have that be a rotation as well. Yeah, I think that's all the things that I needed to do. It needs, you know, a data-driven rotation and position of each mesh for those situations. I will say that weapon animations will probably be handled with a different component. As it is a complex and this is a complex system in of itself that is dependent on the type of weapon. That being said, that component should have functions usable by this weapon display component. That'll be the important thing. Okay. So that's our concept for Weapon Model Manager. Tab moved it up top, yeah. I do still need a choose random select. But hey, look, we did a movement impulse today. We do still need to do those eventually. I do kind of want to set up for stamina system. But you know what else is going to be the big framework thing that we need? Level design. Actually, not level design, but just like level generation. That's the big thing that needs to be done soon. You need a level kit manager. Just call it more like a room kit manager. We're just gonna do another checklist here. There's going to be room kit parts that we need. We need a doorway. We need floors, walls. Technically speaking, we also need like props, stuff to walk around by. As it stands, we do need to add like breakable objects and stuff. Okay, we probably do still, in general, need to figure out how to generate rooms. You start with, like, generate a room. We also need, like, room layout definitions. I mean, the general idea is that we want to, like, have a designated list of... have a designated, like, set of room layouts that we could potentially have. So, for example, we could have a room layout. We could have a square room layout, but I also want to have, like, different room layouts where it's like that. Or maybe, Sonic Boom. Bleh. Fuck off. Fucking stupid planes. Jet peoples. Anyways. Yeah, just like having maybe something like that, and then there's like a door here. Stuff like that. Maybe I have like a dog bone. Kind of almost looks like a dumbbell more like, but yeah, something, you know, like an H. Stuff like that. So multiple different kinds of room layouts that could be not just a square. That's kind of the concept I want to go for with that. And then, you know, from a room layout, we can then also designate that, like, you know, hey, this is where we can put a door. We can also put a door here. We can also put a door here along this wall. The idea is supposed to be, again, like I've written down in the level design planning page. There's like, you know, spaces along a wall that a room can go into, or that a door can go into. And then we could place the door anywhere along that side in the layout. That would be kind of the idea. And in theory, we could actually connect multiple doors to this. For example, you can see here, I've connected multiple doors to this. Even though it is one side with one continuous door thing, we actually connected multiple doors. I will need to do some research on wave function collapse, because that's probably the algorithm we want to look for in terms of generating levels. but I do not know anything about that at the moment, so I will have to figure that out. And of course, I am going to need an editor for that. Because otherwise, ooh, mama, that's kind of annoying to like do in like the Unity inspector. I don't have a good way of figuring that out. Unless, of course, I could have a zoo room. Okay, hang on. I've got an idea. Room layout zoo. Short of like the Minecraft debug world, where it auto-generates all available layouts, and also new layouts can be added using the editor. And that would probably be a good way to set things up. I mean, use the actual Unity editor. It's like in editor, place blocks, and then tell the system, hey, I select all the blocks, and I tell the system, hey, these are the blocks for this room layout. This room layout can have this, it can have that. I could click on individual blocks and set those to be where enemies are allowed to spawn, where items are allowed to spawn. That could be how that's handled. I think, like, in general, the idea is going to be, like, an item can spawn anywhere inside of a block that has been designated for that item. It doesn't necessarily have to spawn in the direct middle of the block, but it could be anywhere in that area as long as the surrounding blocks are free. Probably have it limited depending on the collision model of it. Some blocks would obviously be designated as wall items. There's going to be, like, wall things. There's going to be things you can interact with that are on the wall. That, like, basically like the health chargers and the health and suit chargers from Half-Life. There's going to be those kinds of things on walls. And I want those to be able to be generated like that. I also want to have levers that open up secret rooms on walls. That's a thing that I really want to do. Which, by the way, secret rooms, I think I have a general, easy idea of how it will work. Do you think I had a concept of it here? Yeah, I feel like I had something here. Okay, when a room is surrounded by other rooms and is only accessible through one doorway, the door may become a hidden door. Okay. So I did actually decide that it should be a pre-existing room. I thought it might have been like I have to generate the room as a hidden room, but nah. I think the idea is that if it is... I think the idea is supposed to be that... I don't think it necessarily has to be completely surrounded, but I want it to be conspicuous. I want the player to be like, wow, there's kind of a hole in the map right here. I wonder if there's something supposed to be there. And then that's supposed to clue them in that there might be a secret room. And that's kind of what I want it to be like. I want it to be, there has to be at least 3 rooms near it. It needs to be kind of central to the map. But probably doesn't need to be surrounded completely. It just needs to have one door. And that's what it would be. And the funny thing is that a hidden room can be anything. Not just like a treasure room. It could be an encounter room or a boss encounter. Not an elite boss, obviously, but it could be. It could be a treasure room. Could be an encounter room. Could be an event room. Could be a supply room. And I think that would be a cool concept. I will say I am going to need logic in there. So, for example, the only way to actually get into a hidden room is that you have to find the lever that's associated with it. The idea is supposed to be that when the game generates a hidden room, it goes, okay, I need to place a lever on a wall slot in another room. And what I need to make sure is if that room, if the hidden room is an encounter room, or any other room that ends up containing a keycard of some sort, then the lever that is accessible, the lever for that room needs to be accessible without that keycard. And I need to kind of do some recursive information to make sure that it's not, requires a different keycard that in and of itself ends up requiring that keycard. Those kinds of things I'll need to make sure that that's like in the logic for it. That'll kind of be an obvious thing that I work on as we figure out the level gen system. So that's kind of the concept I want to go for with that. Excuse me. So yeah, being able to use the Unity editor and just like the scene in order to generate a layout would make a lot of sense. Hell, I could even put that into the final build if modders want to use it. I would like to support modding, even though I know it's kind of a nightmare case. And I probably will be doing something that is like very stripped down to where they can mostly just interact with a lot of stuff that's already serialized. Or data-driven. And then figuring out some way to sandbox the Unity like object import system. Whatever the fuck it is that VR chat uses. I think they use like a Unity object type thing for like their player models. Player models, they call them avatars, Anyways, that probably is actually going to be just a solid wrapping up point, I think. I think I'm going to go ahead and click stop raids, and then we will wrap things up here. And hop out to go drop in on a friend of ours. Do stick around, because we're dropping in front of ours, as usual. So let's set things up. I should probably also... I'm gonna try and clean my space up, too. Hopefully I didn't leave any things unsaved. I did not. Okay. First thing, I do need to update localization as its own push. Then everything else here has been for implementing the Zambino. Actually, what I do need is well, that's right. The jump bug was actually just a number, and then that number is just going to be on your new assault run prefab anyways. Actually, what I will do... Is ground check distance airborne? Fix bug with enemies unable to find floor. You need to make sure the ground check distance airborne is greater than the character controller scan width at the moment until we get decide to replace character controller. Menace. Everything else is part of us making enemies better. Oh, well, this was actually part of that. Oh, this also fixed it, too. Fix... aggro time not being expected. Cool. Actually, I should have. Hang on. I haven't pushed it, so I can actually amend it here. Add that on, where we got rid of that variable. That's not in use anyways. Amend last command. Cool. That's right, we did also add a sound. Add gun sound to assault grunt. Implement zombients. Actually, so I'm gonna call this commit work on enemies. Implemented zombients. Sorry, implemented minion zombients. Converted minion assault grunt to prefab. Added placeholder materials to tell enemies apart. That is basically all the things that we did here. Although we do need to fix the localization still. We'll uncheck these, and I'll push those later. Actually, no, I'll push them for now. I will put in here to do run around and replace all of the placeholder equalization. Alright. Good enough for now. Push origin, and let's wrap up. We'll flip over to my chatting scene. And do plugs, y'all know the drill. I think everybody is just lurking at the moment, so probably won't bother too much with a raid message. I kind of do want to do like a I had a funny idea for a thing before. Oh, you're grounded for 1,638 ticks. But I don't think anybody is actually around to follow me with that raid message. Which is fine. Let's take a look. Following. Hi. Actually, hang on. Let me look at the suggested again. Nah, nothing here looks good. Look at following. Load of high viewers. He is on. We will be playing Team Fortress 2 with Ia tomorrow. But we have also raided Ia very recently. Part of the reason why we ended up getting that, that collab scheduled. Softy's on. Playing Minecrafta. Yeah, I think we're dropping on Softy for now. Shoot open in there. And let's get this set up. I assume I don't have anybody around for it, so I'm just gonna set this. Grade. Softy Desu. And we'll get through with that. So with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. Hope to see you guys next time that I'm on. Till then, this is Keaton, over and out.